The addiction is real. Hey, I can stop whenever I want. I just don't want to. Welcome in, boys and girls. Good evening, good evening. Pizza has been consumed. Belly is full. Dogs have been walked. The wife has recently got home, but she's tired, which means I have all the opportunities to go and play some Satisfactory this evening. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Hope everybody's having a good day, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Right. We got some progress made today. It was a weird kind of progress. It wasn't anything like monstrously sort of substantial, but we got some progress done. Ticked a few boxes, should we say. I was trying to decide how I want my storage to be so that we can easily attach a U to it. That's kind of the theory here. So I'm thinking I upgrade all of my storage containers to industrial storage containers. This means that I still have kind of like, that was absolutely not what I wanted to do. Kind of means that I can still have like this situation where I can come along, grab whatever I want, but then I can use the top one to go... Oh, hang on, I need to pick up all of this. Borrow those for a sec. And then we can put one of you on there. And we can go... What's our upload speed? What's our upload speed? Upload speed 15 per minute. Well, in that case, we can then just do this, right? And that'll take some of the bonus. You'll take some of it out and start uploading it. Boom. No space left in the depot because we've already got 200 in there, but this becomes the global supply storage system. Is going to mean that we're going to have to do some funky business with emptying each one of these to upgrade them. I thought about just stacking one on top of the other, but then I need to use the output from here to go into the next one, and it all starts to get a little bit messy. I looked at the opportunity of doing some splits here and running something up into the next one that way, and I was like, nah, you know what? We'll just double our storage. Double storage, whack it above, job done. This is also why, when putting the roof, say hi, that it all fits in still. This is another one of the reasons to go 16 tall instead of 12 tall, so all fits in. And this will give us not only a shitload of materials to come along and pick up if we so ever need them, but global access to them via these fantastic SAM teleporter doodahs, whatever they're called. What were they called? I can't remember. But dimensional depots, that's the one. I am going to need significantly large quantities of these sphere businesses, though. When did Messi ever stop you before? Hey, just call me Ronaldo. We don't do Messi over here. Yeah, that's about as elegant a solution as I'm willing to do for now. And I thought that kind of looks kind of funky aesthetically. If we have a belt bringing some of them out, that also means I can quickly and easily run along and go, oh, that's rods. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. Not that these belts ever need to do anything or go anything. It just sort of presents and goes, ha, do you want some of me? We could obviously put like panels or whatever, but that's visually significantly easier to tell what the hell's going on in each of these. Can't believe nobody suggested I do this 25 hours ago. I'm sure there's probably some good reason to not do this, but as far as I'm concerned, I think it looks beautiful. Absolutely stunning. So, the plan of action today, or this evening should I say, is to probably get oil done. We've got some basic stuff cooking now, research-wise. I think there's not much more man business we can do right now until we get plastic. In fact, I'm almost certain there's nothing more I can do until I hit plastic. We need some bigger, fancier components. We've got an output of sulfur, although to be fair, it's not particularly doing a huge amount yet. But we do have an output of sulfur. We have an output of quartz that's already being made into quartz crystals. We already have... what's the one that's not quartz crystals called? The powder stuff, the flipping silica. We've got that being mass-produced. SAM, animated SAM, and SAM fluctuators. SAM fluctuators are not being automated, but I don't really see any need to automate these particularly right now. Until I get some more spheres, I don't have any use for them. Is the honest answer. I need more spheres. I need I need 1 billion more of these spheres, and then I need more of those. But until that happens, we're good. Am I just earlier? Is Satisfactory really unpopular on YouTube? We were talking. Welcome in, Ginny. By the way, we were talking about this earlier. Like, there seems to be more. YouTube seems to be far more the place for Satisfactory. Like, my viewership, should I say, on the YouTube side of the live stream ends up being about the same whether I play WoW or whether I play Satisfactory. Obviously, Twitch viewership has dipped quite a lot because I'm not playing WoW, but that's to be expected. But it was quite surprising to see there was still a handful of people that tune in. And actually a lot of the chatter was more YouTube side. So it's interesting. I don't know. Stopped watching on Twitch at all, mostly. Far too many ads. Oh, yeah, I get it. There's like probably next to 0 ads on YouTube in comparison. I think there technically is still ads on the YouTube stream, but far, far, far less. We haven't automated Quickwire, but we do have... begins with a C. It's not calcium. The stuff that makes Quickwire, we have that plugged out the ground already. So we are... the only thing I've been really putting off is rotors, stators, and motors, which is going to bite me in the ass, but I wanted to start those on floor 2. Oh shit, I didn't mean to fire that into the atmosphere. I wanted floor 2 to be where we start doing that sort of stuff, and I haven't built floor 2 yet, and I haven't figured out the logistics of floor 2 yet. Something I kind of probably should do, because I am going to need to start automating some of this stuff. I have not seen what oil particularly needs from a building perspective yet, actually. Refineries. Refines fluid and or solid parts into other parts. Oh snap. See, now these start needing motors just to produce the damn things, meaning I am going to need motors. I am going to need motors, like yesterday. Okay. In that case, we might need to start thinking about this a little bit more seriously. Easier to block ads on YouTube? Oh, and that, I'd imagine. If I was to guess, I would say it probably is. Which, considering YouTube is a multi-billion-dollar company, does somewhat surprise me, but... Right, that's about as far as we go. Square this off. We're not going to put all the walls in and make everything look totally beautiful just yet, but this is the start of floor 2. How did you get up here? Flipping hell, fella. Unbelievable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Zoop. Okay, let's do this end. I'm pretty sure that the number of TVs playing YouTube more than makes up for the savvy enough web browsers who can be bothered to actually block ads. Well, this is it, right? YouTube is like so global it's not even funny. Whereas, yeah, tech guys probably block ads, but I bet 99% of the YouTube viewership doesn't block ads. It just kind of means that anybody in gaming or anybody in tech has to deal with like next to zero ad revenue on YouTube because of it. But relying on ad revenue as your primary form of revenue in any venture is probably a bad idea. Right, anyway, that's kind of floor 2. Floor 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we go again. In theory. We'll just see how it actually equates. I need to do something to... We need to figure the logistics. As you can probably tell, I am not an architect. My architectural abilities is slim to none, so we're probably going to use hypertubes, but to get from the different floors, that seems somewhat sensible way to get to the different floors, because stairs are for suckers, right? It does mean I need to kind of figure that out, because I don't want to be halfway there and then have to get up a level and it be like a pain in the ass. I need to figure this out. But considering this is meant to be, the theory of this is that it's meant to be turn up, quickly and easily pick up a bunch of shit, move on. We might not even close this side in. We might get rid of, actually, how far do these stick out? Oh no, they are going to be on the same level as these, aren't they? We might just put like a rail here, and by the time we get jetpack, we just fly wherever the hell we need to go. Leave it kind of open at the front, close it all off at the back, maybe. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm no architect. I've got the creative input of a dead fly. But floor 2 can be where we are firstly responsible for what clearly needs to be. We need rotors, sators, and motors. All the tools. We need all the tools. Rotors are actually mass-produced already. Well, produced. I wouldn't say mass-produced, but they're produced already downstairs. Sators do not require rotors, so I'm willing to build them completely separately, and we'll have a separate stockpile of these. And then motors requires both of them, so I think we'll have to do another rotor build and build motors only based upon speed and production of these. 4 per minute. 4 per minute. And we can produce 5 of these per minute, but each one takes 2. So we're going to have to figure out some shenanigans with the amount of assemblers needed for rotors there. I think it will be fine, but we do need to make sure that both the sators, I haven't decided, but I think sators need I'm pretty sure sators are going to need to be produced as well and put in a box separately. They take steel pipes and they take wire. Both are components that only take raw ingots in the first place, so it shouldn't be that difficult to deal with. And they then take... Yeah, they're relatively easy to mass produce. We could take... How do rotors be made these days? Screws, which predominantly just come from iron bars, or we can even use steel bars if we really wanted to. Considering the amount of them we need, it takes 25 to make one, and we make 4 per minute, so we need 100 screws a minute. I might just use iron, have 2 cast screw factories producing the screws that go into these. Oh, but I've actually just realised if we want to produce motors at any reasonable rate, if we actually want 5 motors per minute being produced, that's 10 rotors a minute. One machine only makes 4, so that's 3 machines making rotors. God, that starts to get annoying fast, doesn't it? Maybe our motor thing never actually produces full 5 per minute. That's also 10 sators a minute, and one machine makes only 5 per minute. I reckon our motors is probably only going to work at 50% speed. Meaning we'll make a couple per minute. I might regret that decision, but for the purpose of our make everything situation, that feels enough. Maybe, probably won't be. We'll see. YouTube Premium's far more palatable than Twitch Turbo, even if you find Twitch Turbo, because it's kind of hidden. Yeah, the fact that they hide it on the website so much, and like it's almost like most streamers seem to consider Twitch Turbo as like the enemy, and I don't get it, like, because the reality is that an ad revenue from a single person on any platform doesn't really amount to anything. It's only something that works at scale. But, you know, you should still suggest people use turbo, especially if you can tell that they're a semi-power user and they spend a bunch of time on the platform anyway. It's like, holy. Like, just get turbo. Signed up to YouTube Premium as soon as my government started pushing propaganda ads. Oh dear Christ, yeah. I've had YouTube Premium since the day it existed. Same with Spotify Premium. I've never been against paying a flat fee if it's a service I use. I mean, I live on YouTube and I live on Twitch. Like, the $10 a month is like nothing. I can go into Helsinki and have one beer, and it's more than €10 these days. So, like, in that regard, it's absolutely nothing. It's time for somebody to come up with an alternative to ads that has the same cost to the end consumer. It's difficult, though, eh? It's difficult. It's why ads work, you know? Getting really confused about what you're doing with these satyrs, but do you? Do I what? Do I go into Helsinki and pay €10 for a beer? Given the choice, yes. Okay. Steel pipes. So I'm just thinking we probably need to be a slight little bit more organized. I haven't used great levels of organization here, but I'm thinking we should be a little bit more organized with the belts situation. Not that I want to bus everything, but it is a smart idea to have one belt dedicated to each material, and you can pull from that belt when needed. I haven't been too religious about this, but we've sort of started to try and keep things at least roughly neat and tidy. It'd be nice to optimize and rectify this a little bit. Something like concrete, for example, probably shouldn't come in back here. It should be limestone, and then we turn limestone into concrete when we need it. Probably. Although so far I've only found one thing I think that needs concrete. In terms of something that we actually craft, which is the encased industrial beam, but there's clearly more things that we haven't unlocked yet, so. Not to mention, we still don't have all the raw materials. I know there's more raw materials to come, so. It's just I kind of think that we should maybe dedicate some space to running this sort of stuff. We need to make sure we leave room either side for splitters. Can we actually fit on one tile? Two? Yes, as long as they're not directly next to each other. And then that also means we can stack them. Now I also want a beer. It's Friday night. It's justified. So we're going to have each. I'm going to hope this works. I'm going to hope this works. So each tile is going to have two belts of any given material. So each material that we bring in. So let's think about how many materials that is. We're going to have iron, copper, steel. Later on we get aluminium. There's probably more. Limestone only gets one. Coal will give it one, as and where it needs it. This is why we're not going to put floors or walls on most of our factory yet, so that we make it easier to expand if needs be. Look how much room we've got if we needs be. But this is just some pre-planning. This level of organisation should probably have been done from the word go, but when you just start the game, you don't have time for that business. You just got to get cracking. What I didn't do, actually, did I unlock the walls that have belt thingies in them? No. I should check that sort of situation out, shouldn't I? For now, we're just gonna we'll just hack it for now by using like belt lifts, but we need the floor belt lift things, don't we? That's how you make really tall elevators properly. Alright, fine. We'll figure this out. We'll hack it together for now. What I haven't actually done is given myself a huge amount of room to position things. Should we stop worrying about the aesthetics and just bang it out? Yeah, let's just bang it out. Right, satyrs. Satyrs is the one. We just work backwards. Satyrs require an assembler. I think. We'll make satyrs separate to motors. We might even choose to share some of the satyrs with the motor build to help buff it later in the day. Do we do rotors for... Do we move rotors upstairs because it makes more sense because then they're all next to each other? We should do... If we're going to do that, we do rotors the other side. We do satyrs one side, we do motors in the middle, because then we can borrow from the two outer edge ones. Yes, genius me. Now we're thinking. Now we're thinking with brain. We're getting brain activity on the go. Right, satyrs, 5 per minute. 30 steel pipes, 8 wires. We need steel pipes and we need wires behind this. Think with brain. That's the trick. That's the main trick. If we can think with brain, we go far. You need steel pipes. Is a single machine enough? Let's have a look. We produce 20 steel pipes and we need 15. That means 1 is absolutely fine. We need 40 wire per minute. We only produce 30 per minute. Of course it wouldn't be quite enough. Of course it wouldn't be enough. Now... we can overclock it. We could overclock it. Slam a slug in it. We need 40 per minute. Boom. 40 per minute. Easy win. That then keeps this content. Then all it needs is materials. It needs steel ingots. And copper ingots, 20 per minute. Genius. Right, so that's how we're going to do that one. Now we need to look at little things like alignment, really. Do we want to be too fussy about... this thing's not exactly in the middle of the thing either, is it? That means this is all on the piss and all. Why did I build all of this? Not like even remotely in line with anything. OCD Mantheus is crying right now. At least be in the middle. Can you even be in the middle? The ladder's in the middle, right? Ladder looks like it's in the middle. Steel pipes. Steel pipes. Wire. We said overclocked, didn't we? To 40 per minute. Now, we're only 2 machines deep here, and we're already running into the belts. There's part of me that thinks we need to move all of this like a bajillion miles back. I want 2 sets of belts, though. I want the belts to run this way, and I also want the belts to run at the back. Why? Just because it helps with pumping more throughput. Now that we've got the ability to, we should work with these. And what I really want is them to be pretty much, if not perfectly aligned with the ones downstairs, which looks like they are. Right, so that's satyrs. What we're now going to need is something slightly bigger and more cumbersome in terms of motors. So let's assume you're going to go at least here. Not without cable, you're not. Have we not got... Just put all stuff in here. Yeah, how did I decide I'm getting up there? Let's put a... Because my jetpack is still not great. You only got whiskey at home now? Drinking beer makes you smart. No, it doesn't. Lies. No, it doesn't. It's a lie. Shit. That's the reason I need to do stuff. It's going to be mighty annoying when I fall out that end, but... Okay. I don't want them to be two ways either. I don't need them to be two ways. Otherwise I run past and I get sucked off every time. So, if this is then going to be motors, we need quite a bit more going into this. In theory, at least. If we want the motor machine to be running at, like, anywhere close to optimal, we need 10 rotors a minute and 10 sators a minute. They're probably called stators, aren't they? I probably call them completely wrong. I think that was pointed out to me earlier, but stators, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what the name is. 10 of each is going to be kind of challenging with the current builds we have, which is only 4 per minute. 4 per minute on rotors. So we're only going to be 40% efficient. And these things we only do 5 per minute, even when running optimally, which is basically this entire build again. I'm wondering, considering this is a byproduct of this, do we just half steal 50% from here, plug them in here? Stator is the static part. Is that what it is? Stator. $10 per minute's gross. This produces 5 per minute. We could steal half of this, and then that would be 2.5 per minute going in here. Or, alternatively, we need to rebuild this entire setup that we have here behind this again in order to facilitate it working. So we could copy-paste that whole thing. So that, in essence, is going to make the build much bigger. Because we're going to need something more in line with... We might have to make this a horizontal one. And that's before I consider the rotors. How do we make rotors? Oh, rotors are relatively easy. But it is again another one of these. So we need one making the actual thing. One making the actual thing. One making outputting the other way, but having its inputs this side. This is then doing this kind of thing. This ends up being motors. This ends up being row stators. Need steel pipe and wire. And this one can be the whatever makes the other component here, the rotors. And then we need rods. We need rods, screws. Do we have room for 4 belts? Rods, screws, pipe and wire. Like that. So we got the three big assembly doodahs, and then this just has a cheeky output. How we doing, Stro? Welcome in. Good evening. You've caught me trying to do brain maths. Right, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Then we just got to get the other 4 components in the back. I've admitted defeat that we are never going to be producing this at anywhere near optimal speeds. But that we are just going to need some being produced permanently. So what did I say we needed here then? We need steel pipes, wires, screws, and iron rods. So we need 4 assemblers. We can probably do something very similar with this if we're clever. Because each of those components is only going to need 1 themselves. Rods and screws. So you make rods. You make screws. We're trying to do all of these from base components. Who cares about ratios as long as it just works? Rods, screws. Rods, screws, steel pipes and wire. Steel pipe. And wire. Bingo. Then we're going to need 4 input belts. We're going to need to bear in mind that we're going to need splitter space probably for this. Let's get one in there. Oh, what am I missing? Steel beams. Do we not even have steel beams in our magic depot business? Where make steel beams these days? Steel beams. Oh, this thing's nearly full. Holy. Oh, that's just given me a really good reminder that there's a really strong chance, actually, that my Toblerones are full. There's no way we should be getting this much steel to the main base. That means Toblerones are full. We still haven't done oil, by the way. All of this and I haven't bothered doing oil yet. But getting some basic production up and running is critical. Even if it's only a few a minute, you know. Let's fill our inventory with Toblerones again. Oh, okay, yoink. I'm going to have 2,500 Toblerones done before I've even built oil. That's outrageous. Before I've even bothered to build oil. Okay, that was quite many. Less than 1,000 of those to go now. That was a quick detour anyway, wasn't it? That was a quick detour. Let's take you. Right, so we need 4 base components going in there for motors. We need some materials coming in here. Can't remember what they were. Copper and steel in both of these. As it stands right now, that's technically all I need up here. As I don't really need to make rotors again, particularly because those are made downstairs already. I can we can move on to something else next after those. Yeah, that's probably fine. Now we're kind of building walls. We should probably bring power up the walls and then bring power out across the walls and stuff. We should start doing some slightly more fancy proper building work. Can you have... Are there like ceiling power supplies? Is that a thing? There's wall outlets. What about ceiling outlets? Allows for up to 4 power line connections per side. The wall ones can be placed on a ceiling. Oh, so they can. Okay. Well, that's going to make power more beautiful, because then we don't have to be pissing around with power poles. I hate power poles, but they're a necessary evil at the beginning of the game. They can be placed on ceilings, but not on floors. Okay. Well, that just means you bring a flipping power connection to above a building and just have at it, don't you? So in this regard, you just bring one here. It's super gross, but that's how we're going to do it for now, until I figure out a better way to do it. Beans, mate, you ain't going to fit. You ain't going to fit, fella. Unbelievable. What even is that thing? I don't know. It's like a long-legged whale with a crow's head or something. I don't even know. I don't even know. How many did we go across? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to try and not get too OCD about this sort of stuff. But, famous last words. 1 to go further on, that means these two can have a power connection off that one. Wait, what's going on there? Oh yeah, because they're the other way around, that's fine. Starting to feel a lot more like playing Lego now, because I'm not thinking so much about every single item I place costs something, which is a feeling that's really hard to overcome at the beginning of the game. That you're consciously aware all the time that everything is costing you time and materials. Once you eventually get over that and start just playing adult Lego, it can, you can start being a little bit more creative with your builds. I will fill the roof in, but as I'm not bothering to put lights in yet, we'll do that once we're finished. It's easy to put the lights in once we're done. Only 2 machines can attach to each one though. Oh, I've been putting them on the ceiling before. Oh, well, that means that one's totally wrong then. Right, is that everything powered at the very least? That's this lot powered. Now we just got to get some materials in. Whole host of materials in now, actually. All of this to set up 2 little tiddly materials, but like, beans! Shoo! Get out of here. You gonna hop? Not gonna hop. Don't make me do a pulse grenade on your ass. Okay. Right, we need some materials, don't we? What did I say we needed materials-wise? Well, we just need everything up here, don't we? We need copper, iron, steel. Copper, iron, steel. Is that all I need for this? Steel ingots, copper ingots, copper, steel, iron. Yeah, just 3 base materials. 3 base materials. Now it's sad. Now it can chill in its corner. We'll make him a dog kennel or something later. Sorry, Beans. You stay there. You stay there, fella. I got you now. Got you, bitch. Right. He can stay there. We're going to bring materials up on this one here, this far one here. Bring materials up here, and then we'll feed them in. Floor 2 is already ending up being much bigger than floor 1. It's going to make our whole factory look a little bit funny when it goes up like this. But that galaxy in the sky looks way cool. The everything about this game looks super cool. I mean, that just looks ominous more than anything else. How far in can we zoom on this? Because knowing the game, it's an actual entity in the sky. Not that you can touch it, but you can see it's got like animated texture. Creepy though. Are they equal distance apart? They're really not, are they? They're really not. I'd flipping placed this out earlier, so I would know. Yeah, that belt's way off. Is that one in the right spot? You can fit 2 wide on a single floor tile, but they need to be that distance apart. They need to have a wider distance in the middle. Okay. Right. Oh, I've just realised these are all the wrong way around as well. Is there any quick way to rotate the direction of a belt? I don't think there is there? Right, anyway. Right, let's get belts up here then. Oh, I've just realised this is going to go all wrong, isn't it? Because the belts have got to go this way. So they've got to go like that. Otherwise, the floor tower things won't connect to them properly. Something like that. How has floor 2 already way exceeded the depth of floor 1? I don't even know. We have to squeeze some more stuff in here. Maybe this will just belt chaos magic. It's fine. That's why we don't put like proper walls in place just yet, because it's clearly all going to move. Iron, copper, then steel, then room for something else. Right, iron in the first one. Iron in the first one. We take the corner out. We put a splitter in what must be aligned. How can I not align it 2 ways? Hello? Where's the other alignment? You're not going to do me another alignment? Come a bit closer. There. Is that still a Mark 1 belt going in there? We should upgrade all of this to Mark 3 almost without question. Concrete isn't going to stay there. I don't want concrete to stay there. I worried my game would crash then because the concrete line stopped. This is going to turn into limestone, but it's not going to stay here permanently. Has that worked? In, up. In, up, on the belt. Beautiful. Right. Whoops, we missed. Right, copper next. Wait, did copper go all the way over there? Holy. We're going to have some horrible clipping here, but I'll fix that in a minute. Right. We go 1, 2 back. Then we go... No. More than 2 back. One, 2 back. Isn't that what I did last time? That was what I did last time. Maybe we go 3 back. I'll get the hang of this soon. All this becomes second nature sometimes. 1, 2, 3. Then we go 2 forward. Default mode. 1 up. 2 across. 1 up. And then we bring it down. Although right now we don't because of stupid concrete. When concrete is no longer there, we will bring it down properly. Oh, in trying to do things neat and tidy. Boy, oh boy. You know what I don't have? I don't have steel anywhere near this side of the base. Steel's going to come in this way. This is why you don't put little shit off, because these little things, just like making a new floor, starting a little bit of production, you forget how long it takes to do this sort of stuff. Steel for now is only over here. These should have, for the most part, backed up by now, meaning we can not have to worry about quite so much supply into these things, meaning I'm going to take a split. I'll take a split around here somewhere. Technically outside the walls right now, but so you can still go in there. But you, did I put 2? How did I put 2? You can then go. Oh, I don't know. Let's get this. Right, okay. So now we have steel coming in. It'll slowly haul ass all the way down here. The other two base materials we need are also coming in here. Admittedly, they're not going to come in the greatest of quantities until we fix some of our input. But now we can start plugging these in. So what are you and what do you need? You need steel. Which we said is on this one, didn't we? All belts need to be elevated by at least one level. New rule. New rule. You may ask why. All belts must be elevated by at least one level because it means you drop down, you split, and then it goes back up and it continues. And it means you don't have to do quite so many hoppity-skippities. Here's me absolutely desperately claiming I'm not going to do like belt layers, but I'm ending up just playing Factorio in disguise. So for example, when we need a split here, what we actually do is we go far enough over, which is like 3/4 of a tile, to drop down. We can drop down at a more steeper rate if we do it default build as well. Less than half a tile on default build. Like that, you see. Nice. Right. Steel ingots, steel pipes, do your thing. Right, lovely. What's next on the equation? Copper ingots. Copper was here. Oh yeah, we have an elevated copper. Copper's going in here. Where's the flipping? Why is that going off on the piss? It's going off on a wonk. Oh god, I really hope I haven't done that with any others. We go default, and we can whip it in here. future me is going to blueprint all of this. And once future me blueprints these little things, it'll make the whole thing much easier. I just haven't quite got round to doing blueprint cleverness yet. Please tell me that was copper. Yeah, copper ingots, copper wire. Good, right, okay. Yeah, okay. Genius. Whew. Got myself a glass of whiskey. To good health, sir. My man, my man. That calls for another beer. Okay. You know, we are making things look both neat and tidy, and I'm impressing myself. I do have horrible concerns about throughput on things that go up and down like this, but I guess if it I don't know if like going up and down causes any difference in the. I don't know. I know what I'm trying to say, but it's not working. Right. Now we need these 4. Connecting these 4 might be a little bit more of a challenge. Right, what have we got here? Can we verify that this is doing its job though now? Stator, producer. Stator, producer. Stator, inboxer. Yes. Okay. That's fine. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We missed some belts over here. Missing steel beams. Can't be missing steel beams. You know what we're probably also missing? Putting random ass stuff in here. I also remembered to slide hop. Slide hop gets you places real fast. Even without jetpack, slide hopping is good on the old movement front. Without clipping, I'm not convinced there's an easier way to do any of this either. I should be a PCB designer, you know. Right, what goes in this first one? First one is copper ingots. Oh, well, we've already got copper right here. So that's going to make things a touch easier. If we're doing a split... there. Are we going to have mad clipping problems? We're going to have crazy clipping problems. These can't be quite so tight on inputs. We're going to have to spread these out a little bit more. The first one's all good. The second ones we're going to have to reconsider. There's going to have to be a gap between them. Otherwise the clipping's going to be off the charts and we can't have that. We need a little bit of space between ends. Oh shit, nearly died. Right, copper ingots into making wires. Your go gadget go. What's the next one? Steel ingots. So we need a bit of steel. Steel we're already bringing in. Can we fit a belt through there? Without my OCD having a heart attack? I mean, this is one where it claims it clips. I'm going to claim it doesn't. I'm going to claim that's an acceptable amount of distance. So if that's pipes, wires, that means this last one should be cooking. This is making the stators again. Deja vu, it's doing exactly what this is doing. But this is just boxing them up so we can come and get them. I'm still not convinced this was necessary, you know, but we live and we learn. Next we need to get whatever this one is. Are these both iron? Iron ingots? Iron ingots? Oh my god, we made it easier for ourselves by the fact that they're both iron. Genius, that. Right, we've not pulled iron over yet, have we? Oh, we brought iron in first. Okay. Easy business. No, that's too close. Woo! It's shaving it fine, but it is fine. Yeah, we've had a few hard drive ones unlocked. I've still got a few that are like banked that I haven't used yet. I'll show you them in a minute. I've had a couple of screw ones actually, which have made things interesting. We've had one cast screws, I think it was, and one to make screws out of steel. A couple of good screw ones, basically. Cast screws is goated, by the way. Being able to make screws straight from iron is super useful. I can also make them from steel beams, I think, if we want to make a lot of screws really quickly. Which is why we chose that one. I don't know how useful that one is, but input at the back. Like that, I think. I built those on default mode rather than straight. I'm hoping it's not going to make a difference. That should be, whilst not to ratio, that should be engines. Or motors, sorry, motors. My brain says engines. I've played Factorio too much. I haven't seen one come through though. You should be rotors, probably because we've only just connected the iron in. Oh, but you've got the ability to do stuff, you just need more screws, okay. This was never going to run in optimal fashion, but I just want to make it so stuff is made and it goes in here. You know, slow and steady. Slow and steady. This is my make all section. If we're making this for an actual endgame piece of production, we'll consider making a proper motor factory somewhere. But yeah, we've actually got a couple of hard drives that I still have to tap into. Fused quartz crystals or cheap silica, neither which appeal to me particularly right now, so I've just left them there. Steamed copper sheets and also copper rotors. Again, not really ones that appeal to me too heavily. You know, adding another input material to rotors, using copper instead as a catalyst to make more of them faster, maybe, possibly. That probably synergizes nice with doing something that makes screws a little bit more effectively. If you do steel screws, for example, if you use a steel screw production, I don't know, there's probably ways and means to utilize these, but none of them really feel useful right now, so I've just kind of left them. We need to go hard drive hunting. I have actually. I didn't showcase this earlier. I should now have the ability to scan for hard drives. This will make running around hunting them a touch easier. Then being in the library blocks them from re-rolling, so they are serving a purpose. Yeah, it means I don't get them again, I suppose. I was sort of informed there's bad luck protection on them, so... Right, motors. Cool. Excelente. Probably going to struggle on the input of materials, especially on iron right now, because this is being shared from one single 60-speed belt. I haven't actually upgraded my belt speeds down here yet. Now this is being shared, we might just do an upgrade-a-rooney on wherever this comes from. That said, I'm not convinced wherever this comes from can actually... Wait, what? Beans! Trying to upgrade a belt here, mate. Trying to upgrade a belt. Don't tell me you're stuck. Trying to upgrade a belt here, fella. Hello? Move! Move! Can't upgrade either of them. If I... If we exit out and exit in, it might move him. I could just kill him, but that feels really mean. Spawn somewhere else. I'm still here! Stupid animal. Stupid, stupid animal. You watch him have like 10 bajillion health or something. Oh, poor dude. He's a hefty fella. I feel bad, but you're blocking my flipping... Wait, creature is still in the way even though he's dead? Oh, there we go. Right, fine. There is the eternal problem that these are... Oh, okay. That belt is actually throttled all the way back to the fact that it's only got 60 iron ore per minute on it. There's no easy way to fix that. That said, we could merge this on it as well. One out that way. It's at least got this stockpile going in there as well. Those aren't pure nodes. Those ones, no. Or are they pure nodes? Mark 1 minor, 60. Mark 1 minor, 60. No, these are just regular ones. I do technically have a third over here that I'm not doing anything with. Do we just hook all three of them onto that belt? 6, 12, 180. Well, there's no reason not to, is there? Oh, this is on another level, that's why. how badly does that clip. Oh, it's only through a post. Yeah, that doesn't like that, does it? I hate not being properly able to plug stuff into stuff. Merger. That is not a valid solution, game. It's not a valid solution. We'll just pretend that doesn't happen, shall we? No, wait, hang on. You go in there. Stop. Okay, that's technically connected all three of those together. Which 60, 120, 180. Yeah, okay. Oh, Stanley is sleeping. Wait, hang on, is Stanley asleep? Stanley asleep? Stanley shouldn't be asleep. Stanley seems to have a finite amount of time he'll listen for, and then he goes away. If I close down one stream... Oh. It seems to have gone funky. Maybe Stanley has gone to bed. Wait, hold on. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. I've refunded your points. I can't get it to trigger again. You can ask Stanley again to see if he works. Hey Stanley, how you doing this evening? You still up and awake and playing video games?
Good evening to you as well. I'm doing jolly well, as always. Just enjoying a spot of gaming, as any proper English gentleman would. Remember, the factory must grow. Cheers.
He's alive. He's up and running. That should have fixed the iron situation over here. Not that I think the iron was any sort of bottleneck, but it at least fixes a problem for if we connect more in here, which we inevitably will.
Chris49 says, "Hey Stanley, what are your plans for the weekend?"
Stanley has a hectic social life.
My weekend plans involve a delightful combination of tea, scones, and of course expanding my factory in Satisfactory. The factory must grow, you know. Cheers.
Tea and scones. Real English gentleman is old Stan. 13, 14, they are making slowly. Dang it, now I want tea. A scone or a scone, depending on where from the UK you're from. There's often an argument to the pronunciation. It's kind of like what Americans call a biscuit. It's a baked bread kind of thing, but they're like often sweet. You eat them with jam and cream. Any indication on how fast this is going to run? Currently, it doesn't seem as if it's going to run particularly fast at all, but as a first concept, something is better than nothing. It's the rotors that's clearly causing it problems. One thing I was thinking of doing with this, actually, because we're never going to get the 10 rotors a minute, since this thing is at best producing 4 per minute, and actually it's more likely to only produce at 50% speed by the looks of things, so it might only actually produce 2 per minute, is that supplementing this with our rotors from downstairs, if rotors come in this way, supplementing this from downstairs rotors when the box of rotors is full might be a smart move. Plus, what we could also do is, I mean, this box is nearly full anyway, so is this running even remotely close to optimally in theory? What we can do technically now is run some, I don't know what the alignment's going to look like, but run some rotors from here, because now we're producing higher tier components. The lower tier components are, well, significantly less useful. Do I just straight split? I think we probably just do straight split. So we can now take some of them and run them up, and it comes to a really inconvenient spot in the ground, but we can make that look neat and tidy in a minute. But if we use that for bearings, it is kind of miles off from where we need it to be, which means it's going to get right in the way of all of this, meaning I probably want to take that up even further and bring that across the roof and down. This is where building things with some element of alignment would have probably helped. So we could actually take that all the way up to ceiling height in here and then bring it back down. That will look neat and tidy, won't it? I need to just figure out where ceiling height is in here. There. You can get like proper ceiling belts for this sort of stuff. So if we, which one is responsible for, oh, the outer one, we can see it running across there. So if we now bring this in, supplementary to here, get rid of that corner, put a merger in there, then we can bring this down like this. Is this gonna work? Yes, mate. Yes. It's not overly beautiful this end of the world, but that's because I didn't align things particularly well. I could probably do with bringing this up and bring it up a little bit more here. There's floor panel things that make this look neat and tidy. That I don't think I've unlocked. They're in the store. We got nothing going into our... Nothing going in here. Is there any easy way of telling, like, what you've got in here and what you haven't got in here? Other than looking. I mean, I guess if it starts to put them in there, then I guess you know it does it, right? Search at the top is all I can think of. We'll figure the logistics out of that a bit later. Okay. That's going to supplement... Oh no, hang on. We still need to connect that into there then. That will supplement in some more rotors, which should hopefully help with the production speed of the motors. We'll still stockpile rotors downstairs, but upstairs we've got sators and rotors. The only thing I thought of alternative to this was to decommission this down here and just bring whatever this is upstairs and build it next to here. But then I've got a big old gap in my floor down here. Probably could fill the big old gap with something else, but I mean, that arguably would be the smarter move, but it's a whole lot of extra build just when I can just borrow it this way. Alright, that was a long-winded way of making some motors in an organised fashion. We have these things slowly building as well now. Maybe we put a stack of those in the old build factory. Build factory in the sky. Did you remember to empty the versatile frames? Yeah, we're up to 1,450 versatiles now. I went back and emptied the box because I remembered the box can only store like 1,200 or something in one go. I will need to do it again actually, but I don't think we're in any rush. These, I believe, are, whilst I haven't unlocked them yet, are going to be part of these big motory things, isn't it? So, when we unlock those, that'll be helpful. Okay, that has kind of solved a problem that wasn't a problem, but sort of was a problem. Something I should have done in phase 2, really, to be honest. But oh, those have got funky. You don't often see the items, like, unless you're paying close attention to the bells. They're quite cool. Look, okay. How that fits inside that, I'm not entirely sure. Scale is a touch off. That apparently goes into this thing. Sure. Banana for scale. Right. This was actually part and parcel of being able to go do oil, because we need these for oil refineries, and I wanted these automated so that they can just be made. We have oil down this way, I think. Where's crude oil? I think it's directly south to where we are now. And we actually ran power down this beach yesterday. Yeah, 3 piles of crude oil down here. So we need to go tap these now and go do something with that. Okay, that's our next task. Let's take a look at oil refineries. So we need oil extractors. Extracts crude oil whilst built on an oil node. Extraction varies based on node purity. Well, we found 3, so we need materials for at least 3 of those. 120 cubic meters of oil. Refineries doesn't actually tell us. I guess it depends on what we're producing in terms of how much it consumes. Can I build one just to see? No, because I haven't got encased industrial beams, I haven't got steel pipes, I haven't got rotors. Let's just assume we need at least 3 of these. Few stacks of steel pipes. We'll probably hypertube down there because I suspect we'll be going backwards and forwards quite frequently. We always need these for belts. Take a stack of frames because I feel weird not having any. Until all of these materials are automatically in the sky, I am going to have to sort of micromanage taking them. This is full now. I remember once upon a time I could not craft these fast enough. Literally could not craft them fast enough. Now I barely use them. Totally obsolescent. Obsolescent, is that the word? Obsolete. You're in the sky now, so I should theoretically have a permanent supply of these. The basic plates and concrete are now permanently being uploaded into the cloud. Yeah, I'm out of spheres. I need to go sphere hunting. But at least foundations can always be in the cloud now. we will eventually endeavour to get more. Well, I mean, let's think about it numbers-wise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, plus what we've got upstairs, 12, 13. Another 13 to 15 spheres. Probably bang that out in an hour or two. Fly around, pick some stuff up maybe. Figure out where the hell they all are. And then we could build everything into the cloud. I'm not convinced this is a very optimal setup for doing this, but it still allows me to run along, pick stuff up by hand if I ever need it. It does increase the storage for endgame purposes, and then we can zip some into the cloud automatically. We still only have like 15 per minute upload speeds, and only 1 stack a piece. But you know, it's still early game. Still early game. We've unlocked it at least, and we've done the upload from inventory. We'll slowly work this out. But yeah, spheres are going to cuck me for a while. Before we go do oil, we need 75 motors. How fast are these things making? Because, yeah, this was what I was concerned about. These are probably not going to make particularly fast. Not automated, but what we can do is quite comfortably make a bunch by hand. We can take you. This is why I made these as well and put those in a box. We can make you and we can take you, meaning short term we can handcraft a blast load of them whilst motors play catch up. And we can go do oil. Most believe that stack size is better than speed. I'm still on the fence. It depends how you play. If you're advancing fast and just trying to work through the phases as quickly as possible, I think stack size will hinder you. I think upload speed is then important, but most people end up playing the game so slowly at the end that just having being able to be out in the field and build bigger is probably more important. I don't know. Just do them equally. I'm just probably going to level them equally. I don't think it really matters. Right, if we get these motors made, that means we should be able to make our oil extractors and a couple of oil refineries. And hopefully start whatever the process is of getting some plastic and some rubber on the go. We kind of need both of those to continue doing any sorts of research. It might take a trip or two there and back, because I might want to probably set it up reasonably well to begin with, because this is also going to extend into our oil power generation, so I want to try and get it right first time if we can, so we don't have to rebuild everything. Yeah, the spears being finite I think is probably the biggest concern. This is why I'm sort of torn between upgrading stack size and upload speed and using them for each and every material that you're inputting. There's kind of part of me that would want to do, like, you can't really do this until you get programmable splitters, I don't think, but I reckon there's a way with programmable splitters to make it so that you basically only need like one or a handful of these rather than one for every material, because you could just basically sushi belt stuff into this. I don't know how you'd actually manage that. You know, that's maybe my Factorio brain thinking that we could carefully and control the supply of stuff into this based upon what's needed or something. I'm sure some clever clogs out there has figured out figured out how to do that, because it's the first thing I thought, but I'm quite sure the easier solution is just to put one with every material and directly feed it in. And then if it's, you know, sits idle, it sits idle. The easy approach is the brute force approach, I think. But right, we want to head down in this direction. Before I go, we did explore that area a little bit last time. I want to assess the best way of getting there, because hang on, I need to remember I don't have a limited jetpack yet. True, seen videos but haven't tried it. I have not seen any videos or any external content on Satisfactory. This isn't a blind playthrough, because I have played Satisfactory before, but it's as close to a blind playthrough, really. I'm kind of going by instinct rather than guidance from others. It means if I do ever sit down and watch like somebody else's playthrough, I'll go, I should have done that. But, you know, that's half the fun of playing the game, isn't it? We're going to just probably follow the path, by the looks of things, that I've set with these big power lines. And we're just going to run a hypertube all the way there, I reckon. Run a hypertube all the way down. We can figure out bringing plastic and figure out bringing rubber back. The reality is short term, I might just shuttle it manually, at least for the purpose of research, because you're not going to need it in great quantities for research. But of course, when we want to actually start making stuff with rubber and plastic and stuff, we are going to have to feed it back to the production facilities, which we will continue. I'm kind of happy that we got floor 2 sort of up and running. There's only 2 things on it right now. And the reality is the higher we go up, the less things per floor is going to fit anyway. Who knows? We might end up in the sky eventually. But okay. Following this power line is probably the smartest play. So we'll start our hypertube here. Oh, that's not the right level. Right. Time to head in this direction. What am I going to be short of, like, instantly? Iron plates. Apparently I have no iron plates on me, and I've barely left the factory. It's not a good start, is it? 500, 500, 800, 500. Are we going to assume that's enough? I'm going to assume that's enough. Do I need to assume that's enough? No, let's just take more. Let's just take more. Steel pipes. Steel pipes and copper sheet. Is it... What is it that actually... What's the tube actually made of? Steel pipes, copper sheets. Let's just take a bunch more of that. It's not like we're short on any of those. Oh, did I figure out how much... Oh shit, I'm going to die. Did I figure out how much oil refineries we need? I didn't, did I? Let's just... I just made a guess. That's 1 to 1. Oh, I forgot how big these things are. These are wham. So let's assume... Crude oil, if we're making plastic from crude oil and rubber from crude oil, residual rubber, so we take 30 crude oil a minute and we produce 20 plastic, but we simultaneously produce 10 heavy oil residue. This is where we start getting into the world of byproducts, isn't it? And where awesome sinking byproducts until you have better use for them is not a terrible idea. Even though later on in the game you'll need those and you'll wish you never bothered. But, okay. 30 crude oil a minute, 20 plastic. How many refineries? So, are we going to assume that... Default extraction rate's 120 oil per minute. Are these default? Where have they gone? Normal, pure, normal. So we've got 2 normals and 1 pure. Do we do the 2 normals making plastic, making rubber, and then pure doing power plus whatever else? Is that a thing? Is that feasible? Make plastic using 1 crude oil production, make... What's residual plastic? We can take polymer resin and water and make yet more plastic. Polymer resin. Oh, so in the process of making fuel, we make polymer resin. So we then want to take that polymer resin and add more water to it to make yet more plastic. So our ability to make fuel... Our ability to make fuel relies on our permanent consumption and production of plastic. The polymer resin produced from that process as presumably a byproduct can then go into making yet more plastic or yet more rubber. No doubt endgame you end up needing one of these more than another, but the safe thing to ensure that nothing backs up is to just awesome sink the shit out of everything that is an overflow. Yep. That means it will slowly but surely fill every box and then just keep chugging along nicely. And if one gets too full, you just sink it, job done. Get some tokens from it. Allow the rest of the stuff. Is that the only way we make fuel? Oh, whoa, hang on. Crude oil can go into making fuel. We can also take heavy oil residue. The heavy oil residue that we get from making plastic in the first place, we can casually turn that into fuel without any generation of polymer resin. Ooh, interesting. Okay, that's an interesting spider web. That's an interesting spider web. I presume... I don't know how power works in this situation. But what we should probably do is set up one crude oil node for plastic, one crude oil node for rubber, and then the pure one, we'll do whatever we need to do with the pure one to make power. And if there's any residuals, if there's any leftovers, we'll just figure it out. Yeah, there we go. So let's do some maths then. A single oil extractor can fuel 4 plastic machines, so we need 4 refineries just for plastic. We need, let's see how it works for rubber. No, that's not the one. Regular rubber. When we do regular rubber, we're taking 30 crude oil and making 20 rubber. It's the same again, isn't it? It's the same again. So we need 8 refineries. 4 for rubber, 4 for plastic. Petroleum coke. What the hell goes on with this? Petroleum coke is generated from heavy oil residue, and 40 heavy oil residue gives us 120 petroleum coke. Something of this, probably quite a lot of this, we're just going to awesome sink it for now, just to get it gone, because plastic and rubber's our main concern right now, I guess. Okay, 4 to 1 is the ratio I'm going to work to for now. So we need 8 of these bad boys. So we do need more motors. Have we accumulated more motors? Not really. Let's make another 30 quickly. I'm only mathing this out now because I can pick up the materials now, rather than going all the way there and then trying to math it out and realising I don't have half the stuff. I'll still get there and realise I'm missing something, but at least I know the ratios to begin with. So that we can basically fill a box of plastic, fill a box of rubber, and any overflow, just we make it go away. And then we can figure oil out next. And who knows, by the time we do oil power, my decisions will have probably changed. Right, these are making slowly but surely. We should probably make a few bonus ones as well, to be fair. Five to go. This is, of course, only the core components we need, but no doubt something will jump out at us that I need, but... Okay, there's our motors. I'll make a few spares, just because it's safe to have spares. enough to make one more of these things, whatever they end up being. Nice. Okay. Can we... I think we can continue our journey on now. I think we're ready to keep rocking and rolling. I'm fortunate that I've kind of already got power over this way because we came exploring this way for quartz once upon a time and made these big old power poles and stumbled across the oil almost by accident. So it's there's less of a requirement this time to have to be running power, so I can at least run the hypertubes instead. Plus, when it comes to inevitably belting it or doing something smart to bring it all the way back to the base, it sets a path. I'm going to absolutely regret not building these on foundations, but I think it looks cooler when you're just zipping through the wilderness. How is that clipping with anything? That's a big stinky lie. Locals. Should we get rid of the locals real quick? You weren't the only local, were you? Any more for any more? Bees! Fucking bees, mate. Always bees. Always bees. See you later, bees. Tell you what. The person that told me that you can sneak up to bees, absolute god tier gamer. Should really be a better death animation. It does kind of yeah, it's a little bit kind of just like, they just fall over. But then again, I'm lucky that I've never actually witnessed anything die firsthand, I don't think, so. Apart from maybe the odd occasional standing on a slug, which was never intended. No, not coal, oil. 300 meters that way, 500 meters that way, 400 meters that way. So it's across this water, isn't it? Oh, there's absolutely fun stuff to be added in and around here. I can smell it from here. Oh, I've just noticed I'm already using the 500 concrete from our storage facility. Putting concrete in there was a wise move. It's technically over on this island, isn't it? Yeah, we need to get over there at least initially. We brought power up and in that way for some reason, but we can wang one of these over on the island as well. On the basis of that I live by the theory of concrete everything, we are going to concrete straight across there. Straight across. Who needs the sea? Straight across. Is that more bees? What is that? That's more bees, isn't it? They look... Is that a bigger bee nest? Is that a bigger bee nest? Have we got, like, queen bees, killer bees? Milk-bearing bees? No, it's just the same. Just looks scarier from a distance. Right. We name this land. We claim this land in the name of Manthius. There may be a few locals, but they can be eradicated. Oh, that's an ore patch itself. There's another one further up that way. And then the... Oh, hang on. We've got one here, one all the way over there, and then there's one over here. That's a sulfur something or other. Oh, you're a big fella. Oh, there, look. Okay, cool. Okay, big dude chilling on that, no problems. The other one's over there. That must be the pure one. I vaguely remember setting up oil processing over here last time, and I had plastic and stuff scuffed as all hell over this way. I vouch to do a better job this time. Famous last words. Right, let's whip it out the ground though, shall we? Can we get this big dude dealt with? Did I bring any boomsticks with me? I've got 8 boomsticks. I never made any fancy ass boomsticks. Do we have any interesting rebar? Stun rebar? Shatter rebar? I never tested the shatter rebar. No better time than the present. It's like a shotgun shell for bees. He hit me. I think I hit him. I got me a bee shooter. Okay. I made that look far more dramatic than it needed to be, but we take it. We take it. Can we build a little bit of elevation into this? Is it going to allow us to... Is this going to act like a mining thing? Or is it going to complain that this is too high? Oil extractor. Are you going to complain that you can't find the node? That you can't tap into it? Yeah, that's too high, isn't it? Sometimes you can get it from below. But no, that's too high. Okay. No, it really does have to be low down, doesn't it? Really does have to be low down. Boom. There we go. Now it snaps too. Where's the other two? There's one here. There was another one over there somewhere, wasn't there? We'll probably set plastic up here. I'm just thinking about how we're going to then inevitably run stuff back. I don't know. Maybe that's a problem for tomorrow. Right, you go there. 120 cubic meters of crude oil a minute. 40 megawatts of juice. Woo! Spicy meatball. Okay. Is there going to be higher quality versions of these, do we reckon? There's miners Mark 1, Mark 2. It just says default extraction rate. That kind of makes me think that there probably isn't. Or maybe there is. I don't know. Well, if we build plastic in such that it can be expandable... So if we, what did I say? We started off as like a 4-to-1 thing, didn't we? Is there some sort of like oil storage, something or other? Fluid buffer holds up to 400 meters cubed of fluid. That's only like 2 minutes of fluid. Is there an in and an out to this? Or does it not matter? It's never going to line up perfectly with that, is it? Wait, what? Why won't it go there? Why won't it go there? Encroaching on another object? Absolute shenanigans. Right, go there. Go there, and we can move these a little bit. We're going to have to remember pipe work here. Boop. 2 pipeline junction there. Does that automatically connect? What's the odds it doesn't? Which in that case will move that back a bit. Oh, I ate pipes. I ate pipes. I feel the need to put a buffer in just because. It's the only reason I'm putting a buffer in, but it doesn't take away from the fact I ate pipes. Trying to see both the guidelines at once. Getting the angle on this sort of stuff is flipping impossible. There. Alright, you go in there. You go in there. You go in there. You will at least buffer some. Not that I, in theory, need buffering of some. That's not aligned in any way, shape or form. That's totally cock-ass all over the place. Why will that not say it aligns with this ever? Do you not want to say align? Oh, is it because much like the miners, they're never actually on... Okay. I'm going to assume much like the miners, they're never actually on the global grid. So, unfortunately, that's wrong. Unfortunately, it's just always going to look scuffed. OCD straight liners are just never going to be pleased. Okay, now we go refinery, and we've got if we're doing plastic, what's going into it? Wait, no, that's not the right recipe. Plastic. Crude oil goes in, plastic and residual comes out. So plastic and residual comes out on the same side, which means the inputs is easy business. The outputs get messy. And we'll build this sort of in a way that if we ever overclock, we'll do bonus stuff to this. We just wang in a few more refineries. But we'll output our plastic this way somewhere. So it's kind of over here, I think. Means we need to go up with the pipes that come out of here, because we get heavy oil residue, which is a liquid, right? Yeah. I don't know why I got to be chainsaw out. Let's put my nuts back in my hand. And we decided that 4 of these is where we landed on. For now. 4 is what we decided would saturate this thing. 120 a minute. Each one takes 30. 3 times 4 is 12. Bish, bash, bosh. With more potential space for the future, if we slug the shit out of it or do something else. Okay. We're going to want then a big old storage container. Hoonin storage container. The biggest of the biggest storage containers. Where have you gone? Industrial storage container. Over here somewhere. This is also going to house, obviously, lots of plastic, but it's also then going to have the magic sphere thing sat on top of it. So we've got to remember not to use the top outlet of this for plastic. We should just use this one only. But now we need to build in outputs. No, mergers. Let's give it some room because it's stupid. Loads of room for the pipe. Absolutely no need for this much room, but right, something like that. So that's plastic in. We need to do something with this heavy residual. That's kind of what I never really planned for, did I? Heavy residual oil, we're going to be producing potentially up to 40 per minute of this stuff. If we're going to be producing 40 per minute, we got to do something with it. We should probably turn some into fuel, some into petroleum coke, and then probably burn the rest into oblivion somehow. We can't easily burn the rest into oblivion, so maybe we burn one of these into oblivion. I remember turning petroleum coke into tickets for like half the game last time, because I had no other use for petroleum coke after that. Petroleum coke produces 120 a minute, which is 10 times the single cycle, which means 4 times 10, that's 40 heavy oil, which means, so technically we can make a refinery doing petroleum coke and in theory consume all of that heavy oil as a byproduct. And so then if needs be, smush it into nothingness. We actually use 60 heavy oil to fully saturate a single fuel refinery. So I need 2 more refineries over here, don't I really? 1 for fuel, 1 for coke. That kind of goes against my mojo here, but maybe we build them on the other side here. And we feed it straight in. I haven't assessed what happens when we do the other one, rubber. Because does rubber have the same problem? Rubber also produces heavy oil residue. Twice as much heavy oil residue. Only 20 rubber a minute, but also 20 heavy oil residue a minute per refinery. So we're going to be producing 80 heavy oil residue over with rubber and 40 heavy oil. So we're going to be producing 120 heavy oil between these two plants. Well, I guess we're going to make a bunch of petroleum coke and a bunch of fuel, and any oversupply just gets burnt into the nether. It's a few more refineries than I planned for. Maybe we just get plastic up and running now, and then we might need to make a trip back to do rubber. You might have noticed I'm deliberately trying to not mix the two. I could obviously just take one node here and make both rubber and flipping plastic off this one thing. But I'm kind of trying to keep them separate. I think it just makes ratios and dealing with shit easier. Otherwise I have to build a combined factory every time we go get more crude oil. The alternative is we just pump all 3 stations of crude oil into one place and just build big. But I think there's part of me that prefers this mini modular style. I don't know. I guess we find out. I guess we find out later, don't we? I guess we find out when all of a sudden it crashes and burns and doesn't do anything like I expected it to. So we're going to need a few more refineries on this side. To take in and produce, if you go... Oh, they're going to be skew whiffity whiffs as well, aren't they? They're going to be all off kilter, as they say. Something like that? Does that look about right? Are we going to be able to up and down the pipe into there? We should move it back a bit. Then you can be doing petroleum coke. You can be doing residual fuel. That also produces another liquid. This means technically if both of these were running full belt, they'd need 100 heavy oil residue. They're never going to get 100 oil residue, not of this at least anyway. They will get 100 oil residue, but we'd have to power slug the shit out of the initial and make significantly more of them, which I don't think we're going to be doing quite yet. We might in the future, but that's a future problem. This at least will make sure that all of the heavy oil is consumed and it doesn't clog up our production of plastic. What I haven't considered is what happens when we cap plastic. In theory, if we cap plastic, we just overflow and sink the bonus plastic as well. This is probably the first instance where I just want the whole thing running, because I'd need the whole thing running to fill all of the chests. I think. And for the sake of simplicity, we'll run the petroleum coke and the fuel. Oh, we're going to need to make the fuel into... Are we going to... Can we even... What do we even do with the fuel? What do we even do with the byproduct of this? Do we throw this in canisters or something? It's just liquid fuel at this point. Have we not even... Oh, we've probably not even researched the ability to do anything with that properly yet, have we? In that case, it's just going to have to idle for a minute because we need to research how the flipping hell to use it. I vaguely remember there being a building that allows you to box it up and turn it into a thing that can then easily be transferred, not in a pipe. Okay. Right. Well, in that case then, we've got to do some funky pipe business over here. Then we can turn it on and see if it works. If we run... Let me get some belt business on the go first, actually. We're going to run this out of here. No, you're not connecting in there. You're going like this way. You're going to go up there. And we'll eventually go into a box next to it. Because you're going to be not the fuel. You're going to be petroleum coke. So petroleum coke will come out this way. So you're going to be petroleum coke in there. Then we're going to have to learn what the hell we're doing with this. But you're going to be fuel. Residual fuel. So you're going to output your residual fuel on something that resembles a belt like this. Which I'm... No, you come out in a pipe, don't you? You come out in a pipe, so you're going to then get piped into something else that turns it from a fuel into something that's useful, and then you'll go on the third one, and we'll have plastic, coke, fuel... plastic, coke, fuel, and any time one of these fills up, we'll just sink the rest of it. And then it will slowly but surely fill. That's the theory. Slowly but surely it'll all fill. And if any one fills, we'll sink it until the other ones are also all full. And then all of it will just get sunk. Genius, right. The bit I've been holding off on pipes. Because pipes give me headaches. Yes, they do. Do we have a relative center point to this? Not particularly. The center point is kind of these, isn't it? One to the left, one to the right. Yeah, the center point is literally here. So, can we put... up that high? So that's where we want the pipe in to go. Getting it there is another story. Oh, I know how. I remember how we do this. We bring this out as far as we need it to go, don't we? That's what we do. Is that aligned with... That's aligned there. And then we go zip into there. Then we go junction on the end of that thing. No, we don't. We take that off. And we junction on the end of that thing. Flatten it out. And that's not in the center of this, not by a fucking mile. Great. How did that go horribly wrong? How did that go horribly wrong? Ah, yeah. You have to do it when it's yellow. You have to do it when it's clipping. So then when you take it out, this thing is in the right place. Woof! Brain science. Then, in theory, that goes boop in there, and it looks fucking beautiful. Symmetry, yo. And then we repeat that process as many times as needed. Can't imagine we'll have flow issues. Yeah, let's just assume we won't have flow issues. If we do, then again, I'll cry. Okay, that should be the residual oil all coming out and going in. Those are outputs, not inputs. Fuck! The inputs are on this side. That means they need to be span round. Yeah, they're outputs. Oh, it means all of this is bollocks. And now, what's going on with these pipes? Now they're all funky again. So they were aligned right the first time. Ah, flipping Nora. What was this one doing? This one was doing residual fuel, so this one's doing coke. At least most of my pipe work on that side is legit and can stay there. Yeah. And then the outputs are this side. One output is going to be a fluid. The fluid output needs to be here, so the pipe could just sneak straight in to whatever then takes the fluid and puts it on a belt. And then that goes out. So that needs to be the inner belt. So then this is an outer belt for the third component. Right, we've got to do pipes this side now. The only thing we've got to do is wang some crude oil in, so this doesn't need to be anywhere near as flash. This just needs to simply work. Is that first one right? I'm not convinced that one's right. Ah, that's not right. Oh, I can't believe I did that twice in a row. Must be getting late. Okay. That, in theory, is an excessive amount of plastic production, fully saturating this one oil extractor. That's fully utilizing 120 crude oil a minute into making plastic, with byproducts of fuel and byproducts of petroleum coke. I didn't actually get around to... Let's assume... Let's leave 2 spaces for that. The fuel... Fuel is on this one. What will presumably go here. You next door, you ins and outs. Oh, we've got a bit of a wiggle on. Got our wiggle on. How you doing, Jack? Welcome in. We're going to have plastic fuel in some form, once I figured out what that form is, and then whatever this thing was called. Petroleum coke? Yeah, petroleum coke. Petroleum coke actually is coming from the outer one. This one. Hopefully built to ratio to fully utilize this with minimum waste. What we do need to do is add some overflow into these so that it sinks any residue that we don't need for now. And then we need to come back and figure out packaging up the fuel or doing something more efficient with the fuel. But at least it will be here and ready. So let's build an awesome sink. I remember them being absolutely wham. Do we reckon it fits on that? Flipping owls. I was checking out the guy that you raided. He had like low settings on Satisfactory. It looked so strange. It's using Unreal Engine 5, isn't it? So it's not. It's still probably not too easy for everybody to crank the settings on it. But yeah, I imagine on low it has to turn so much stuff off. I think I've just got mine cranked to max right now. I'm still able to get reasonable frame rates, so I'm happy. It kind of looked cartoony. Yeah, I guess once you remove all of the nice textures, it probably does, doesn't it? We actually want overflow. We want smart splitters here, don't we? We want 3 smart splitters here. I didn't plan for smart splitters, you know. I didn't plan for smart splitters. Where are my smart splitters? Oh, I've got enough for 2. Of course I do. We need a smart, an in. How do I do this without the bounce looking flipping horrendous? Horrendous. We're going to have to elevate the... Do we just do 1 per... Okay, 1 goes there. Missing an AI limiter. Can we make an AI limiter? No, of course I can't. What do I need? Quick wire. Okay. Bosh, there we go. It's going to have to be something like that, isn't it? So that we can do some duck and weaves. Duck and weaves. That's not going to be enough to go up. Is that going to be enough to do duck and weaves? Technically. Technically it works. Okay. So this needs to be set so that the right output is overflow. Center output is whatever comes through it. Right output is overflow. Main one in. And then we do the same with this once I've made sure I can plug it in. Where do we go? 1, 2, 3. And you do overflow. So then we bring... Me awesome sinks the wrong way round. Then we take a merger and we take all 3 of those inputs and we smush it into one. That now should, if I've mathed everything correctly, allow for... No, that's not the right one. Should allow for all 3 of these materials to stack up in here, and only when they fully... Wasn't one of the mergers facing the wrong way? In. No. These look fine. That's your output. This is just a straight merger. I don't expect there to be much coming down these paths for quite some time. Nothing will come down these at all until, you know, until their respective box is full. But when their respective boxes is full, then it will start flowing down here. There should never be flow so high that it can't sink it fast enough. I don't think that ever exists. And by that point, it probably won't matter. It will just like crush the production of something whilst the other, I don't know, whatever. It should work. My theory is it should work. I haven't actually connected these 2 outputs. The first one is Coke. The second one is brain think. It's getting late. I've played this game too much today. The second one is outputting. No, actually. Whoa, hang on. Have I got these the wrong way around? One's meant to be fuel. The inner one is fuel. The outer one is Coke. The inner one needs to go into a machine turning into fuel. Then it goes on the middle belt. Coke goes on the outside belt. Okay. Right, there we go. So the only thing I need to do is once we've got some plastic up and running is to actually come back here, add the machine once we've researched it to turn the fuel into packaged fuel, I guess it's called. Then the whole system will be up and running. And it's then kind of, with these in place, it's also kind of ready to have 3-dimensional things put on it if needed as well. Right, that's plastic, I think, set up. Should we turn it on and see if it works? That's the fun bit, isn't it? Turning it on and see if it works. In fact, we haven't done power poles. We haven't powered any of this. I have power somewhere on land over there. I didn't bring any power over. We'll have a power tower with our platform, why not? Oh, it can reach from there. Wire is too long. Can you reach from there? Why give me the option to if the wire's too long? That animation alone is so cool. Just everything gets thrown at it and then it just works. There we go. Right, connection's made there. I haven't finished me hypertube over here either, but I want to get plastic turned on now. I want to see it do some stuff. I'm also very aware this is going to ruin, actually ruin. No connection? Wait, what do you mean no connection? Oh, because I haven't connected anything to here. It doesn't tell me. Okay, weird. This is going to ruin my power draw, which could be problematic. I hope it's not. This is the only problem with building things properly, or at least trying to build things properly to begin with. I use way more machines than I actually need. We're going to need a bunch of regular. Is that going to go all the way? What do we reckon? Is that going to go far? Is that too far? Beautiful. Look at me getting all OCD about it again. There's going to be another building here. I don't really know how big it is. I'm hoping I've left enough room. We haven't connected the awesome sink. Nor have we turned on the refinery, because I kind of wanted to turn that one on last. Just because it'll be cool once it's all up and running. Put you there. Right, that's everything powered, apart from the big boy. Let me just quickly assess power situation. Why is this not connected? Why is this claiming it's not connected? Please don't tell me that this lot is not connected to anything. I'll cry if that's not connected to anything. Are those two connected even? Oh, flipping Nora. Has my... okay. God, it's going to be anticlimactic if I can't turn this on, isn't it? Oh, you don't have juice either. How far ago did I not connect this to anything? You're connected, you're connected. There was me thinking I'd done a proper job and I'd got power all the way back, and I clearly haven't got any power connected. Oh dear. That means I also can't connect the other end of me hypertube. Flipping hell! Right. Just when you think things are meant to go right, you get shot in the ass. Where are we going to put our hypertube? Considering we got an oil patch down here, plastics over here, power I think is on the island further over there. We'll bring our hypertube up here as its final destination. I haven't even got power to power this, have I? Okay, right. We're gonna need to make a trip. Okay. We're gonna hard hack this now. Biomass burner. You ready for this? Biomass burner to give this enough power. Not to turn the whole thing on, but to turn that on. And then that should take us back to base. And we'll figure out where the flipping hell our power line went wrong. Check for wires. Wires connected. Wires connected. At least it's scenic on the way. There, look. Our first big-ass power tower isn't connected. That little connection there has fucked me. Forget batteries, just casually build a full biomass burner. Yeah! That's how we do. Look. Look, that little connection there screwed me. That means this has no power. This has all the power. Flipping hell. Oh my god. We are dangerously close. This might blow our entire grid. Because we only produce 1200 watts. Oh, this might blow our entire grid. That capacity is based on biomass burners also working, which is really not what we want. Well, YOLO. Right, that should now have power all the way back to plastic. This might also be a good opportunity to use a power switch. Do we have something for power switch? Power switch. Enables and disables connection between two power grids when switched on or off. We need some quick wire. There it goes. There it goes. That's annoying. You know why that's annoying? Because our refinery isn't even on. Oh, missing an AI limiter. Just about to jump back into the solo world where I just got coal. Going to be a hell of a jump back from 120 diluted fuel. Generators? Yeah, maybe. I've never got that far in the... Well, I've I got to stage 5 like 2 years ago ish. This is as far as I've ever got in recent times, at least in 1.0. Why was I back here in AI limiter? Is that now going to not mean I need more? Yeah, now I need more flipping quick wire again. Wasn't that your temporary power setup with biomass? Yeah, I do have a temporary biomass thing up and running here, but it's clearly not stocked enough because I don't bother replenishing it ever since I started using coal. This is meant to be you. This is meant to be wood. I don't even have any wood anymore. Wood. 3. I'm just gonna have a problem. Yeah, I don't know how I solve this quickly and easily. I have unlocked power storage, actually. That would help get me out of a sticky situation. But it doesn't help me with the fact that my power draw is now exceeding what my coal power plant can do. And my coal is like fully optimized. Yeah, we have absolutely blasted past what we theoretically should. I've only got 16 coal thingies up and running so far. I really wanted to just turn plastic on. Yeah, there's a bunch more. I found a bunch more coal up here. I could definitely do something with. I'll fix that problem soon. I don't technically need everything running, but I can't think what I can easily switch off quickly just to alleviate issues. My consumption's actually not that high. So it's clearly only when something spikes. So maybe it should be fine because half my factory's not really on right now anyway. It should work. It should work. Let's just go by the simple assumption that it should work. Let's go back and turn it on and see. Maybe there's just a big initial spike of power draw when you plug everything in. If we can get plastic switched on, that's a nice little milestone to finish the stream on for today. Because I should probably get an earlier night. Certainly a tip I have for this game, make production lines isolated. I tend to do building per building. I have a little make everything section, but then my external builds are mostly isolated. Like with what we've just done with plastic now, it would have been so easy. It would have been so easy for me to combine rubber and plastic into one build, considering I need both. But I wanted to have them isolated and separated. We've got 3 nodes of oil out here, so let's oh, maybe it was just this that had a boo-boo. Oh, it was just this that had a boo-boo, which technically doesn't really need to be here anymore. But we do probably need you here instead. Is that not going to connect to you in any way? Wire too long. Right, okay. This then should be everything apart from you. You're still red because I haven't given you power, but we give you power and we should start seeing plastic come out. God, I hope it works. God, I hope I haven't balls this up somewhere. Go, gadget, go. Let's check power real quick. Power consumption definitely spikes. Oh, ads in progress. Oops, sorry. Terrible timing. Plastic! Something's gone right. Something's working. Don't split any off. Bang into me storage. Boom! Plastic. At least something's working. That seems to be... Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Why are we getting rubber? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoops. You're plastic, my friend. That was me looking at recipes. You don't even have a recipe. Flipping hell. I thought something was a bit fishy there. Okay. Never does anything go perfectly smoothly. Right, I'll have you, thanks. Got a Rennie ad? Subject to heartburn? Okay. This then is going to slowly fill with plastic. We should also technically start seeing our first Coke come out as well. We have not. Why for we have not seen Coke come out? Because you claim to have no heavy oil residue. Is it probably just a backing up issue? You don't even have a recipe yet. You're meant to have residual fuel. Maybe it's just these pipes filling up. Yeah, it'll take a minute for those heavy oil pipes to fill up because of how they're jiggery-pokery look. It'll take these a little while because they have to go up. They have to fill up a certain amount before it flows down this way because of liquid mechanics. Okay. This technically takes 40 heavy oil residue a minute to produce 120 Coke. Each one of these produces 10 heavy oil residue a minute, so the 4 produces 40. So it's not super urgent I get back and switch this into making fuel, because this can just produce Coke, and if we actually fill up on Coke, it just gets awesome sunk anyway. Did you reconnect all your pipes after adding the junctions? I think so. Yeah, these are just filling up. It's gonna take a minute. It's gonna take a minute. Fluid mechanics are funky, so it's gonna take a minute before these are full. But this has got fuel in it. This has got fuel in it. This has got, yeah, it's just taking a minute to back up. So this one doesn't technically need to be producing fuel at the moment because I haven't got any way of doing anything with the fuel right now. But we'll, in a minute, put something here that then does. That then canisters it up slams it on this belt, slams it in storage. GG. I would advise to turn the refinery off and let the pipes fill up first. This probably shouldn't. This isn't really going to make a huge difference. Yeah, I get fluid mechanics can be a bit of a dick, but for now this should just casually work. Nothing should ever back up. This is the whole point of this. Nothing should ever back up. I hope. Famous last words. We are technically also we've got the room for some storage here. The reality is this should technically never really fill, because this is set up in a way that it should always just be operational. Yeah, pipes can be a pain in the ass. I've already established my dislike for pipes. But yeah, realistically the pipes shouldn't fill up, because there's enough going on here to consume all of the heavy oil residue. Right, I'm relatively content with that. That has got me some plastic. The first thing we do is slam some plastic in here. We will have nothing in here yet, but it will be fuel, and we're starting to get some petroleum coke in here as well, which I will find a use for. But the point is that we'll have an entire container of it when I decide that I've found a use for it. Here it comes. I see you're carrying nuts. Hey, you got to make sure you got one hand on your nuts at all times, Jack. Safety first. This is a dangerous game. Safety first. Right, I'm pleasantly happy with that. I'm actually remarkably happy with that. I don't like this kinky bend here. We might straighten that out, but it depends how much room I need for producing fuel or canistering up the fuel. It's clearly not going to be a lot, because the actual amount of oil residue from this is pretty tiddly. This operation is going to be twice the size when we do this for rubber. You get twice as much oil residue from rubber by the looks of things. And that's before we slug the shit out of this thing, which we might do eventually. But I've also done this in a way that we can slam down more refineries in the row quite quickly, easily and comfortably if we do slug the shit out of it. Modular, we love that. This is all a bit funky dunky. Can we square this off? Let's get that looking a bit neater and tidier, shall we? But plastic, lovely. Give me a stack. We've put a stack up in the cloud. I want a stack of you to put a stack of you in the cloud as well. And I want to hang around just for a minute to take a stack of this myself in case I need it. Then we'll venture home. Because we, as a very, very high priority, are going to need to get oil power up and running. That, or we need to consider doubling coal somehow, which is not going to be easy. This is going to be the problem with this setup, that with sinking the overflow, it will be on and it will be consuming electricity the entire time. Oh damn, still live. Yeah, I get hooked on these games. I've had a few beers, and so I'm just kind of just casually chilling right now. Just, you know, it's Friday evening. Not in any rush. We need to make this look neater and tidier, at least from a foundation point of view. We've got belts overhanging. Okay. My coal ended up at 32 plants. Yeah, I would have liked to have done more. I used, my coal is up in this bay up here. There is 2 pure nodes. I think, which is what are running 16 coal power plants, or whatever you call them. The two little tiddly nodes, the impure ones, are being funneled off and are actually powering my steel supply right now. The theory is that once we get oil up and running, we can discontinue the coal, maybe possibly, or relocate the coal, and use all of the coal that's here to produce more steel. But it might be easier to just produce more steel somewhere else. It's just I've got a shitload of iron nodes around here, so it makes a lot of sense to make a lot of steel here. But I need oil before I can do that. And I need that flipping tower that puts all the markers on the map, because this is a pain in the ass having to mark it myself. 184, come on, I want a full stack to go home with. So amazing to take down my coal plants. I don't think I'm going to probably do it that urgently, but when the day comes that I need substantially more steel, it'll be the coal power plants that probably have to go. Right, there we go. Right, we've got a stack of plastic. We got a stack of plastic. We got a stack of something else. What I might do temporarily, just thinking about this, only on the basis of the fact that I'm not actually going to be able to get rubber set up very quickly. I might use this one, change the recipe to make some rubber real quick. There's no reason to actually not swap these over temporarily, because they operate in the same manner and it shouldn't overload the heavy thing. Just so I've got a couple of stacks of rubber to go do some research with. Yeah, that makes sense in my mind. That makes sense in my head. Before we go, we'll switch it back as well. Or, the reality is we could leave this for a little while, doing its thing, couldn't we? It's going to take a while for this to fill up anyway, and it's going to take a while before I come back and get the opportunity to use the second one and actually do rubber properly. And then when we do rubber properly, we can turn these back to plastic. And realistically, no harm, no foul, really, is there? Other than we'll just have to sort out this into less problematic scenarios. I might leave this running like this, you know. I might leave it sushi belted for a while. It takes the strain off me from building all this again and straining my power even more. It gives me the opportunity to actually go and do power next, and then we do power. We'll do rubber properly third. Big brain play. If we wanted to really cheese it, right? You want to see something clever? So that we can have it in sushi belt mode, and it won't go too crazy. It might screw up with the overflow a little bit. No, it won't, because it won't overflow. Yeah, it will screw up with the overflow, doing it this way. But at least it will give us an even distribution of these, and we'll absolutely be back before it's a problem. Beautiful. Beautiful. Life hacks. So that'll slowly fill up with both plastic and rubber. And it... Yeah, it should just yeah, that will continue to work. That will just fill up now. Holy shit, I'm a genius. That's not going to help when we do interdimensional businesses, but 2 for plastic, 2 for rubber. That's equal quantities of each per minute. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 heavy oil residue a minute. Which, didn't we already say that this can technically support 60? Oh, okay, this can actually only support 40 per minute as of right now. We do need to come back and do something with the fuel. Should we slug it? Is that crazy to start slugging it just so it can actually consume all of it properly? Then it will actually make sure it consumes all of the heavy oil residue. We'll take this out later. Oh my god, 51 megawatts. That maybe wasn't the best idea. But just so all keeps flowing. Nice. Did we have our stack of... Let's wait for our stack of rubber. We can get rid of our to-do list now. Right, this should mean we can go back and do a whole bunch of researches. Now that we've got rubber, now that we've got plastic, we've got motors automated this evening as well. This is what we call getting work done. Can you build multiple hubs? I'm assuming you can. You can just burn that coke like coal. Can you? Is that... used for crafting, a carbon-rich material distilled from heavy oil residue, used as a less efficient coal replacement, 180 megajoules of power. You're not wrong. I don't know how 180 megajoules compares to actual coal. Not that I want to start putting coal stuff down here. I don't have any other use for petroleum coke right now, so it is probably garbage use for it, but on the basis of that I have nothing better to do with it right now. It's not like it's going anywhere or doing anything. It might not be a terrible idea to do that as well, just to alleviate our power constraints. Oil is literally next on our list though. A little bit of research and then oil is next on our list. I don't think I'm going to stress about it too much. Did I put rubber in the... Did I put rubber up in the cloud? Clearly not. Stack of rubber for the cloud. I need a stack of rubber for me. How much rubber are we making per minute? Oh, we're only making 20 rubber per minute. Maybe the stack of rubber for the cloud might be enough. I mean, the one thing I'm really hoping works is this overflow thing. Now, I know it's going to take a while for this to actually fill up and overflow. Actually, by the looks of things, the Coke is probably the first one that's going to overflow. But so far in the game, I've never really properly set up the Awesome Sink. So I'm violently short on tickets to spend in the shop. And there's some quality of life stuff that I really just need to slowly get. which this is the first thing that will help me get a reasonable amount, because I never bothered to, I've only just unlocked the smart splitter, so I've never really bothered to set this overflow up. And now that we're dealing with byproducts, this is the only way to keep plastic and rubber continuously producing without it backing up. And more importantly, if plastic and rubber backs up, it will still produce the other stuff until these are all full. Like, there's no clogging mechanism anymore. It will just keep going. Right, I've got 80. I'm impatient. Let's go. If I need to come back, I can come back. I want to get some research done. But it works. She is a beast, but she works. And temporarily at least, power's still alright. I can live with that. As long as too much of the main factory doesn't turn on in one go. Right, let me get a drink. Now hopefully this means we can get a whole bunch of research done. Or more milestone-y stuff. That's kind of what I'm looking at here. Fluid packaging is the one I really need. Here we go. This is that packager business. This is what I need to turn... We do packaged fuel, right? Crude oil packaged for alternative transport. Can be used as fuel for vehicles. Packaged heavy oil residue. Empty canisters. Packaged liquid biofuel. Yeah, we just need this. I need this so we can start doing some better fuel. I need better fuel for my jetpack so badly. And it finishes that little build off. That's going to use 200 of our plastic. In you go. What was this stuff? Copper sheets. 1,000 copper sheets and 400... 1,000 copper sheets, 400 steel businesses. 1,000 copper sheets. 400 of these. Had no idea you could use heavy oil in the vehicles. Apparently so. Not going to argue with the game. Boom! Big buttons. Big buttons. Nice.
Milestone reached. Avoid the embarrassment of placing liquids in your pockets only for them to spread across your suit. Package and unpackage them with the packager. Packaging fluids allows them to be transported in your inventory, on conveyor belts, and by vehicles. For increased, non-pocket related fluid storage, you can now use the industrial fluid buffer.
I haven't got the hover pack yet, no. I think that comes... is that either a tier 6 thing, or is that maybe even a tier 7 or 8 thing? Nothing here is indicative of hovering. I think I'm still in jetpack land until we complete phase 3. Right, the packager then. Let's just quickly... Is that going to be in logistics? No. Production, packager. Packages and unpackages fluids. Contains both conveyor belt and pipeline input and output. So a wide range of shit can be done. So these bad boys... Okay, their footprint's not too bad. I can live with that. We need... Heavy oil residue packaged for alternative transport can be used as fuel in vehicles. Handy. Packaged water, packaged oil, packaged heavy oil residue. Liquid biofuel. Liquid biofuel packaged for alternative transport can be used as fuel for vehicles and the jetpack. Takes liquid biofuel. Takes these things, solid biofuel and water, makes liquid biofuel. Interesting. This is the one I'm interested in though, as this is being produced over by plastic. We can turn the residual fuel into fuel. We need empty canisters. How the flippin' hell do we make empty canisters? We can take plastic. We can make empty canisters with plastic. Well, convenient, we have plastic where we need it. We can borrow some of the plastic. So we need a constructor making us some empty canisters, and then we use the empty canisters with the fuel to make packaged fuel. Okay. None of that seems complicated. None of that seems an issue. Do I need any more mats before we go? Probably not. I want to get that up and running straight away. I've got a little while till pod comes back anyway. How's the SAM stuff going? I'm at the point where I just need more spheres. Yeah, I just need more spheres. I need to go explore. It's set up. We have our cloud up and running. Our war bank, as I'm calling it. Is it tier 6 for jetpack? Or the hover pack at least, okay. How's this doing? It's really hard to tell how much is in there because of my stupid allocation setup, but otherwise it looks alright. So here we are producing fuel, 40 fuel a minute. So we need both a constructor borrowing. Oh, now this is where I'm going to have a problem with having mixed belt shenanigans, aren't I? If you hover the dismantle over the storage, you can see how much is in it. Oh yeah, 1,000 plastic, 374. Good tip. I love that. That's very clever. And then you can do it from a distance as well. Oh, genius! 2,700 coke already. Yeah, we're going to be sinking that coke pretty fast, I reckon. Righty. We're going to have an output of fuel, like right here. So we need a constructor making... a constructor making the fuel canisters. Empty canisters. You make 60 empty canisters a minute. You require 30 plastic a minute to do it. I don't think we're going to need 60 canisters a minute, are we? We then need a packager in which to... Wait, hang on, that's the wrong way around. packager to take 40 fuel a minute and 40 empty canisters a minute to produce 40 packaged fuel a minute. How much fuel were we producing? 40 per minute. Wow, it's like we planned it. And you need 40 canisters a minute. And you produce 60 canisters a minute. So the irony is that this is actually going to hoover up the vast majority of our plastic that we're producing, making the fuel. But how much plastic were we in theory making? 20. We're only actually making 40 per minute right now because we've got it shared with rubber. But it will be up to 80 plastic a minute eventually. Okay. So you need, what do you need? You need the plastic, right? We need a smart splitter because we're doing sushi belts, weirdly. Smart splitter here. In from that end. Out that way. You need, I didn't need to eat the nut. You need to be configured that the right output is plastic. Can we P for plastic? Right output is plastic. Center output is any. Left output, none. So that will still do its job as we set up there of outputting everything. But only the plastic comes this way. That is abso-friggin-lutely guaranteed to clog up at some point. And cause me some chaos. I'm quite sure of it. But it seems to be alright for now. So you'll make the empty canisters. You haven't got power, but that's fine. You need fuel in, canisters in. Please both be on the bottom. Genius. And then we need the oldie piperoonie of fuel in here. Okay. One last pipe for the day. One last pipe. Want it there. Is it going to allow that? Is that too tight of a curve? No. That doesn't look nice at all, does it? But, okay. Auto 2D, noodle, vertical, horizontal. Okay, that looks neat enough. We'll take that. We'll take that. Heavy oil residue being consumed. If you delete a pipe support, it whelms the pipe for you. If you delete a pipe support, it oh, okay. Right, sure. Yeah. So you can get rid of pipe supports, but the pipe will still... Oh, okay, yeah, cool, I see. That's not straight in there at all, is it? how do I make that a nice curve? I guess we don't make it a nice curve. It'll do. So, why for we not have power? Power, of course. Nothing works without power. Go, go, gadget, go. Fuel canisters. Packaged fuel. Bish, bash, bosh. Now we need then... where's the output of packaged fuel going? Whoops, hello, no. There. Zoom. Packaged fuel! Yay! Finally we got some better fuel for... Well, finally we got some better fuel. Whoops, we missed. Nice. Gonna hardcore tap into our actual plastic production whilst this is backing up, but otherwise it will just all kind of work. I don't mind a bit of distribution right now. In theory that could also be set to overflow. No, it can't because it's sushi belt. When we unsushi it, when we do rubber. Okay. No, that's cool though. We got fuel now. Some proper fuel. $750 megajoules of fuel value. Can be used for vehicles and the jetpack. This is predominantly just going to be my jetpack fuel, I reckon. Let's wait for a stack of that then. How much of that, in theory, is producing, assuming it's up and running all the time? Cool animation. 40 a minute. It was probably slightly backed up with fuel before. Seems to be alright now. Nice. Very content with this. Very content. We're going to take another stack or two of plastic. And take another stack or two of rubber. And go home once we've got a stack of fuel. I like the idea of using this coke actually, just slam it straight in a coal power generator thing. Just kind of like get it gone. It's better to use it for power than it is to fix it, machine it. And at the rate that it's racking up, this is going to be full in not long at all. How much is it actually producing? Oh, 180 a minute. Okay, holy shit. Yeah, that's gonna rack up real fast. 180 coke per minute. Even if it's nowhere near as effective as coal, that's, I mean, surely that can run another 8 bank of coal generators by itself, right? Surely. And if it's purely considered overflow, I don't think I'm going to get that set up now, but I like the fact that it's a thing. Right, there we go, a stack of that. Does that now mean my jet... How do I change my jetpack from... to use proper fuel? Settings, preferred fuel, packaged fuel. Is it not going to change? Still using biofuel? Or was that just a visual glitch? Where is the fuel? Hello? Where did it go? Oh, I put it down. Whoops. Stupid me. Okay, now it's working. Perfect. Alrighty, how much more research do you reckon we can get done then? I should really finish it there, to be honest. It's midnight already. I've been playing this game for probably another 10 hours today. I need to give it a... Jesus, this is like... I think I've done a full 40 hours in this game this week. Can't wait for them to add the straight function to pipes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Like the Churchill dog says. Oh, yes, yes, yes. 8 more minutes to a 420 stream. We're trying to keep all streams to 420 streams these days. Midnight, where am I at? I live in Finland. I'm not Finnish, I'm English, but I live in Finland. Right, what can we do with this then? Fuel packaging, check. Petroleum power has to be the next one, really, doesn't it? Fuel power generators, the industrial fluid buffer, 2,400 meters cubed of fluid, scannable resource Caterium. We've had that for quite some time already. That or logistics 4, technically. Bigger, faster, super duper 480 belts. Conveyor lifts Mark 4 truck. We can research all of this. All this takes is plastic, engines, rubbers. We can do all of that. How are we looking at tier 6 components? We can do industrial manufacturing already. We can do monorail technology already. We don't have computers, but we can't be far off them then. We don't have heavy modular frames. Okay. Oh, we might absolutely start smashing through the progress tomorrow. We're going to need to build... We're going to need to build a big old oil power station. But once we've got a big old oil power station, we're looking at computers, heavy modular frames, and then modular engines and adaptive control units. I can't imagine are going to take that much stress. Okay. We could start really ramping the progress now. Let's get you up and running. You need 100 of those, 200 of those, 200 of those, 50 of those, 60 of those. I need 40 more engines. 40 more engines. It's almost like we automated those. Yeah. Yeah, boy. I knew we automated those for a reason. Big red button! Boom.
Milestone reached. It is my honor and privilege to inform you that the fuel-powered generator, as well as the industrial fluid buffer, are now available. Due to a lack of gold in your sector, Caterium will serve as a suitable replacement to construct the fuel-powered generator. Your research into this element was valuable. In fact, you in particular are my most valuable pioneer, but don't tell the others I said that. It would be bad for morale.
Oh, Would you look at that? Fuel-powered generators. We've already got everything needed to produce them automated. Love that shit. Can you scan for spheres yet? Yes. Yes. With that better jetpack fuel, an hour or two's busy work, that might be a casual Sunday afternoon job. Fly around, just pick up some stuff, you know. Fly around, find some spares. That might be a Sunday afternoon job. Let's take a little look at this quickly. The only thing I don't technically have automated is Quickwire, but I have got Caterium set up already. Over in the distance there, Caterium is already being mined and refined into bars. The only thing I haven't done is turned it into wire. But as it's slowly looking like the only thing I really need Caterium ingots for in any great quantity is Quickwire. There's loads of other things here, but I haven't figured out what they are. It probably, I'm going to guess Caterium gets used as like a, what would you call it? Like an alloy in alternative recipes later in the game. When you're running out of iron or something, you can probably use a small amount of Caterium to use less iron or something to purify it, is my guess. Maybe aluminium or something, I don't know. But as it stands at the moment, I should probably have turned it all into Quickwire. Okay. Let's go make a bit of Quickwire real quickly. I want to put one of these machine bulbs down. There are a few other things I probably should automate as well. We haven't automated circuit boards, but that's because I've been waiting on plastic. But now that we have plastic, we can, if nothing else, craft a few for the purpose of research. We are going to need to bring plastic back into the main base to produce some of this stuff en masse. Crystal oscillizers I have not automated yet because I haven't quite decided what I want to do. These are both being produced in the base. These are easy to replicate. I'm also going to need to bring quartz crystals into the base. I haven't quite decided how I'm going to do that yet. It depends how many crystal oscillizers I actually need, if I need to mass produce them in any way. I'm getting off topic. I was trying to build a thing, wasn't I? What do we need for these? More engine units or motors. Oh, those are stocking up nicely as well. Oh, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? And what are you doing here? How do you even get up here? Did you escape off your platform? Oh, he's escaped off his platform, look. I suppose that's long legs for you. Oh, you're full. Nice. Give him a nut. Can you give Beans nuts? Does Beans eat nuts? Beans? He doesn't want a nut. He's just hoppity hoppity. He didn't want a nut. Right. What are you? You are a monster. Produce 250 megawatts of juice. 250 megawatts. No fuel. Regular fuel. Regular fuel has a burn rate of 20 cubic meters a minute. 20 cubic meters of fuel to produce 250 megawatts. I think we were making 40 cubic meters per minute of fuel just as a byproduct of plastic. How does things look when we just deliberately turn everything into fuel? If we take a refinery, you're not going to let me put a refinery down, are you? No, we have got a refinery because I just picked one up. If we're taking a one to just purely make fuel, we can take 60 crude oil a minute, turn it into 40 fuel a minute, and then we have some polymer resin to do something with. So we had our rubber. Let me try and remember this. Our rubber. Rubber was 120. Plastic was 120. We've got a spare one for rubber that's also 120. And we had a pure one that I was going to use. So that's going to be 240, the pure one. 240, so that's 6 lots of this. We can run 6 times 4, 240. How's that work? Is it 240? Wait, hang on now. What? Hang on. 6, 12, 18, 24. 240 crude oil consumed. 160 fuel per minute. 160 fuel per minute. Which is 8 of these bad boys. 8 times 250, 2,000 megawatts of juice off that one crude oil patch once we build it. 2,000 megawatts of juice. That pretty much doubles what we have right now, right? Yeah, that over doubles what we're producing now. What does that residue stuff look like? What do we do with that residue? Because if this is also producing 120 polymer resin, what can we use polymer resin for? At the moment, the only use we have for polymer resin is in adding water to it and producing some bonus plastic and some bonus rubber. That weirdly and kind of annoyingly is just nothing more than just trash to deal with, isn't it? It's just trash to deal with. A refinery producing residual plastic takes 60 polymer resin per minute. So we're going to need 2 refineries making residual plastic, which we will feed into our plastic base and ultimately probably just burn into the ground. Okay. But it means we should have loads of plastic, loads of rubber by proxy of our power plant. And hopefully there's some other good use for this polymer resin. There's something we're clearly missing here that I hope is more useful than this. This is just turns into something you just got to deal with. You got to have more refineries to just deal with it and then sink it. Alright, okay. That means then we're set for another 2,000 megawatts of power. But we do need... How many of these did I say we needed? 8? I think my maths said 8, didn't I? My maths said 8. And if we're producing 2,000 more, could we slug the shit out of the crude oil production? And then in essence double it? That's probably also a plan, isn't it? We start with 8 and we can slug it and double it. That'll be 4,000 megawatts of fuel. So we'll leave that there for now. For the purpose of tomorrow, or whenever we next play, probably tomorrow, we need 7 more of these. Or we need 8 of those. It might take me a little while to get the materials needed for 8 of these by the looks of things. 8 of those is a bare minimum. To produce the fuel, what did I say we needed? Consuming 60 crude oil a minute. So we need 4 of these. 4 refineries. Producing the fuel itself. To 1 oil extractor. That's our basic shopping list, excluding, you know, pipes and construction materials. That's our basics. Motors. Motors is the only thing we are slightly short of, but like by 1. That'll fix itself in a minute.
Are you just glad to see me?
Elliot21 subscribed for 40 months and says, yay, round number, ew.
Yay, round number.
Splendid news, Elliot21. Congratulations on your 40-month subscription. Such a rounded number indeed. Don't forget to check for a Twitch Prime, and remember, the factory must grow. Cheers.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Tier 1 for 40 months. That's awesome news. Thank you very much. Love the support. Hope you're doing well. I know I'm playing Satisfactory, not World of Warcraft at the moment, but I appreciate you sticking around. Copper sheets. $400 quick wire. Holy balls. 400 rubber, shitload of quick wire. I'm annoyingly going to have to craft the quick wire by hand unless I go and steal some. Planning to dive into Satisfactory after I end my current game in Factorio. Oh, good swerve. Good swerve. How's Factorio treating you? You playing through Space Age, I guess. I really want to give Space Age a bit more time, because I, in essence, haven't played it at all, but I was kind of guessing I could get Satisfactory done in about 80 to 100 hours. I know if I get into Factorio, though, it's 250 hours disappeared. See you later. First playthrough of Space Age. Which planet you on? Have you got into space yet? That should probably be the first question. Or you just oh, first one, still currently getting into space. Hey, good luck. The thing I found out very quickly, not that I've even been into space, but I very quickly realised that I spent way too much time on the home base. Way too much time on the home base. You can so quickly and easily build a ship and get out there. You really don't. Once you've got blue chips, you're good. Like a small amount of blue chips and you're absolutely Gucci. Get into space. Get into space, see what's out there. Oh my god, this is pulling 240 Caterium ore out the ground and all. I could and should turn this into quick wire. Holy shit, if we're producing 200, if we're pulling 240 out of the ground, how many are we producing? Oh, it's a 1 to 3, so 60? No, 80 a minute? 15 times how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 15. 90. We're producing 90 alloys per minute. Hot damn, these things are slow. We're producing 90 Caterium a minute. Hot diggity. That's a lot of those. That's like, what, 8? For the sake of maths. 8 machines making quick wire off that. That's at a scale bigger than I was expecting. Not that it's problematic, I just need to plan a little bit more effectively for it. Why are all of these as well just saying off? Wow, did half of these never even have a recipe? That's really funny. Ha! Literally 2 of these had a... I took the time and the effort to set all of them up and only like 2 of them ever had. Oh my god, they're all using like slow ass tier 1 belts and everything. Oh my god. This was an early build. They don't technically need any more than tier 1 belts, but... No, they do, because in total they're producing 90 ingots a minute, which can't support a tier 1 belt. Oh. That's because it's... Oh, no, it is Mark 3 belt, look. Conveyor belt Mark 3. I did at least proper job this belt. Blue chips the next step. Need more copper. Yeah, once you start making chips, your copper just gets wrecked. Absolutely destroyed. There's part of me here, you know, that just wants to directly insert these flipping widgety doodahs. I'm tempted just to go 1-to-1 on these. Mess around with putting all the ingots in a box first. And then redistribute everything again. Whack it in, whack it out. What do we say this produces? 15 a minute. And a constructor requires 12 a minute. Oh, we can live with that. It's going to be a little bit more finagling to get it to work, because these are a different size, aren't they? They have the same footprint. These are a lot skinnier. Yeah, these are a bit skinnier, but they'll be... This was also not something I had planned to do, but I'm apparently doing it. I still didn't build that anywhere near a line, did I? Yeah, I think having all of these rocks here was also problematic, wasn't it? I think this is partly the reason there was all weird spacings in the first place. This has turned out to really not be the best place to do this. Yeah, this has turned out to be an absolutely tragic place to try and do this. So much so that I genuinely, right here, right now, I'm probably not going to do this. Let's just put you here. The amount of it that we use right now. Oh, I haven't got flipping steel beams. You shitting me? Have I come all the way over here without steel beams? What an absolute donutasaurus. And I've clearly broken something here. Why are you not doing anything? Oh, because I've disconnected the power as well. Oh dear, I've just messed everything up here, haven't I? And you don't even have power. This is absolutely screaming for a rebuild. This place is screaming for a rebuild. I might just have you making something. And by the time I need the quick wire, it'll just be there. Having objects poking through kind of defeats the purpose. I know. I know. I scuffed it real hard. Do that for a minute. There's at least some quick wire in a box, so I can come over here and quickly grab some when I need to. Absolutely 100% needs a complete and utter redo. Scrap it, start again situation. Yeah, having rocks sticking through your foundations is kind of problematic. For some reason I decided to build all of this at the same level as this, which was always going to end badly. But we did this very early in the game, when I was still trying to figure out everything. Now we're a little bit more seasoned. It's fine. I needed 400 quick wire. Boys and girls, I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to lurk here. I'm going to stand here. This is going to be me done for the day. My plans over the weekend, I'm not entirely sure of. I don't have anything particularly planned, and so there's a good opportunity I might wake up tomorrow and go, you know what, let's play some more Satisfactory. So if we do, make sure you've hit that follow button, you know, switch notifications on if you so desire. or come say hi over in the Discord. There are special roles in the Discord for notifications for both the YouTube videos and the streams, if you are interested. But thank you for sticking around this evening. Hope you enjoyed. We're actually blasting through this at a nice steady pace. We're not pumping the main objective, but we're just kind of methodically getting stuff done, and I'm having a lot of fun. Thank you for joining in again. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll catch you all next time. Peace.